But we'll give it a shot. We'll try. You
Good
know,
old college try.
we could always.
Yes, Mitch.
Try to figure it out. Okay. So, we'll start off
Why is it dark?
to a preamble of sorts.
To the Constitution.
No.
No. To before Taiga ingested
Died,
spiked
practically.
candy.
Okay.
It wasn't even spiked candy. It was just actual poison with the candy.
Yeah,
Rat poison.
basically. Before he was doused and rat poisoned and nearly, well, he didn't nearly, he did die.
Thanks, Laura.
But quickly resuscitated and been given a remedy for his illness. Before that event happened, we go back to one of the many days before this befell. One of the nights, as the white whales rested, and nothing was stirring throughout the night,
Raudak making a sandwich.
except for Raldak making a sandwich. Now, Raldak, you are in the kitchen, and you're doing. Are you
Raudak
making a?
things, I know.
Yeah. What are you doing in the kitchen?
Raudak things.
Okay.
What does that entail? Don't worry about it.
As you're doing your things, Raldak, you you hear something pittering by, and you hear it because your blind sense is very keen on it, and you're able to pick it up. And you hear the sounds of someone behind the wall. You're not sure who, but you hear shuffling. What sounds like gathering of different types of metallic objects, and
Probably
Get-
just Mabel.
as that happens in the middle of the night, as Samira and Taiga rest,
Unaware of the day tomorrow.
Taiga, you feel someone kind of rousing you from sleep. Someone's grabbing your arms and shaking you. And as you come to consciousness, you hear someone whisper, Taiga! Taiga! Psst, hey, shh, shh. And as you come to and you open your eyes, you see Mabel is there,
Knew it.
shaking you awake.
Hmm?
Hey,
Yeah.
you think you can help me with something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Of course. Mm.
Are you good with keeping secrets?
Mm-hmm. Always, yeah. Mm-hmm. I roll over.
Make a persuasion or deception check, if you would please.
Don't just public roll it. It's funnier that way.
I should have public rolled it. I thought it was a public roll.
I mean, I know it was deception.
Was persuasion.
Yeah, but he doesn't know how to lie, so it's fine.
And you, she goes, okay, perfect. And she grabs your arm and immediately starts yanking you out of the bed and starts dragging you across the floor towards the door.
Do that?
I go with her.
Yep. Samira, go
Feeling
ahead and
like
roll
this
a
is great.
not deception. A perception check. Yes.
Roll deception. Do it now.
Do it now. Deceive. Give me
Always when
one
you roll
moment.
Perception is super low. It's funny that way.
Give me. I gotta see. I gotta see. Okay. You do not.
I mean,
You do not hear them leaving the room. As Mabel drags you basically out the door, Raldak, you as you're doing Raldak things in the other
That was
room,
right.
you hear the two figures start kind of hastily leaving the room past the wall, scurrying. You eventually do
Probably
hear,
Mabel.
yeah. You eventually do hear the front doors of the guild open and then close. Taiga, you are brought through the guild halls and start leading out the door, and before you know it, the door opens and you're being dragged across the entrance to the excuse me, the entrance to the gate leading outside of the guild. So you get past the guild hall's doors, and then she's leading you to the gate, and she stops and turns to you. She goes, "You know I patrol the area, right? At night."
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, I hear you outside every now and then.
Well, there's something I've been asked to keep an eye on. And, well, if I don't do it, my mom will get angry. And I have to... She gets scary when she gets upset. So, I was wondering if you can help me with this and try not to spill the beans about it to anyone inside the guild.
Taiga is gonna squeeze the hand that is holding Pacing. Is like, yeah, of course. I mean, I'll do whatever you want.
Fantastic. And she, Taiga, make an insight check if you would for me.
Glorious.
Are you thinking the same thing I am, Charlene?
possible.
Okay.
That should be enough to realize that you were pulled out of bed without a chance to get dressed. So what would Taiga be wearing as sleepwear?
So as sleepwear, it is a basic shirt, pants, but he still has his cloak on him because his cloak is like his safety blanket, and he uses it to hide, especially when he sleeps. But he basically has nothing else on him except for quick draw, which is the only thing that he can really sleep with somewhat comfortably.
Okay. She looks... Well, you realize that you don't have any of your gear.
Mhm.
And she kind of realizes it too.
Mhm.
And she goes, "Do you want to take a second and try to get your stuff back, or are you good?"
I mean, I don't know what we're doing, but I mean, I'm mostly ready. Why? hear me now,
and
right?
she hops onto the wall ahead of you. You see her. She basically turns into smokes and hops onto the wall above you, and it's like a 10-foot high wall there. She goes, "All right, try to keep up."
I'm just gonna scamper after her.
Yeah. Very good. In this sequence, as you are trying to keep up, go ahead and give me an acrobatics or athletics check, your choice.
I'm gonna do acrobatics just because she's doing acrobatic. Ooh, that is not good.
That is a natural one, indeed.
That is an
That is
apple.
indeed some sleep-deprived scampering.
Yeah.
You go ahead and you start running up the wall, and it's quite slick as the dew from the night air mixing with the warm air of the morning is mixing and creating that condensation on this stone, and the stone's pretty slick. So you go to scamper up onto the wall, and you make it maybe about 4 or 5 feet before you realize that you're going backwards, and you just, like a cartoon trying to run up a wall and getting pulled back by the force of gravity, and you're keep going, you ain't stopping. But you go all the way like 5 feet up and slowly 5 feet back down, and you slide onto your back onto the ground. Not too kindly either. It's kind of rough. Yeah, the last foot or two was a solid fall, so you're going to take some bludgeoning damage from that. 4 points of bludgeoning as you onto the ground, and she kind of looks. You get a bit dazed, and there's a slight buzz that rings through your head, and when you focus, you see her go, like she stifles a laugh. She goes, "All right."
I'm just gonna pull my hood down a little bit further over my eyes and be like, not used to rocks being wet. I'm gonna just climb the wall again.
Okay.
Try.
Right. We'll say you're able to get back up, and you begin to follow her. Second try goes amazingly better than the first. You're able to just right on top of the wall, and she, as soon as she sees you land, she goes, "All right, let's go. We'll run and talk." As she starts beaming off, and you follow after her. Samira, if you would like, make another perception check.
Oh,
All right. I'm going to let you know what happens in this turn of events.
Okay.
You hear a bit of talking, like from the windows, towards this window. You can't quite hear what they're saying, but as you are stirred awake by this sound, you open your eyes and immediately you recognize that Taiga's not in the next bed over to you. It instantly clicks in, and you can still hear two people kind of talking outside the window. And you go to turn, and you can see the torch-lit silhouette of two figures outside the window talking. The height very reminiscent of Mabel and Taiga, and you see kind of through the torchlight into the room. As you do, you see both the figures move. One of them just vanishes, and the other one kind of takes a deep breath. Start running. Still running, and you hear, and then someone snickering outside. And by the time you make it to the window to see what's going on, you see Taiga run up the wall, and you see Mabel and Taiga say to Taiga, "All right, let's go. I'll explain along the way," and start running. And that's what you see with that 22, Missy.
Okay. Can I try and sneak behind them?
Okay, so they already took off ahead of you.
Okay.
You will be pursuing them. So we'll say, for all intents and purposes, right? You. Let me unlock that door there. You open the door, right? I'm gonna put their tokens somewhere else really quickly. And here's what I want you to do.
Yes.
You're going to be pursuing them. In this pursuit, go ahead and roll me an athletics or acrobatics check.
Damn it. I'm just waking up.
We both are.
Samira, this is what happens.
Oh, no.
You go. He's off. I gotta go after him. You start running up the walls. And then you realize that the wall is kind of slippery because of the morning dew and the heat mixing together. And it's in that point of the night that the wall is a little slippery. And so as you try to run up the wall, you start falling back. And then you fall all the way back. And by golly, you, if it wasn't the simple fact that you had slow fall, you would have received some bludgeoning damage. But what you do is catch yourself by backflipping, landing on your feet, but that cost you some fucking time. You're still in pursuit, but you know that wasted a good second.
Yeah.
Taiga, you start
Yes.
venturing away from the guild, and you and Mabel, as she leads ahead of you, are going through bushes, sometimes hopping between roofs. And as you continue along this path, you notice that you're heading towards the center of Castletown. You're not there just yet, but you're on your way there. And it will probably be another, I want to be generous and say 15 minutes at this pace to get you to the center of Castletown if you continue this pace along Mabel. Do me a favor, give me another acrobatics or athletics check as the two of you are moving through the center, well, not the center, onto your way of Castletown Center. I'm gonna.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Fallon, do me a favor.
Uh-oh.
Give me two perception checks with advantage. Okay.
Ooh.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll get along to you in just a slight moment. Acrobatics, nice 20. You're keeping up pace quite well with Mabel. And as the two of you are going through between buildings and making your way towards the center of Castletown. She starts to explain. So my mom, she told me to keep an eye on Link, and because the princess likes to sneak out, and when she does, she gets him to help her sneak out. So if he's weaseling through the night, I think he might be meeting up with her.
So then we have to make sure that they don't get caught.
I'm not sure about that part yet, but we'll see when we get there.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to tell on them. It's just, it's the job, right?
Well, I mean, is the job to tell your mom everything that they do, or to tell them if they get in trouble? Because if they're not in trouble, we don't have to say anything, right?
Make a persuasion check if you would, Tyga. I'm not sure if you can roll that D6 on that shit, can you?
I can. I don't think that helps.
Oh, it certainly helps. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
She goes, right. I'll think about it. And the two of you continue. And you continue to follow her deeper into the city. Back at the guild. Back at the guild.
Hi.
Why, hi there. One moment. So, back at the guild. Fallon.
Yep, that's me.
Something stirs you from your sleep.
I'm curious.
It's the sound of something being scraped. Wood being scraped. And for a moment, it sounds like a sharp object, but the grinding starts to get a bit more natural, and you realize it's the sound of nails
Oh,
scratching against wood. And you wake up because you hear followed by another and when you open your eyes, you see yourself, hand a little bloody, scraping at the floor with your nails.
What did I write?
Watching.
Yeah, I grab a t-shirt and I cover it up. We set that trap for later. Now that we're back on canon and I haven't changed anything in the lore, I continue to say nothing to my ally.
You realize that there's a little bit of blood, and you walk over and
Yeah, just dip my hand in the bowl of water.
yep. What woke you up though was sound coming from the outside.
That's true.
Are you going to do anything about it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go outside.
All right.
Man, it is fucking dark out. What is going on out here?
So let me lead you through what happens. You go ahead and you go towards the sound
Yep.
of what you heard. You go throughout the right door because it's the fastest. And when you get to this point, right,
Yep.
you see Samira get onto the wall and start running. And off she goes into the darkness.
What the fuck? Hold on. All right.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't
I'm
know.
gonna-
I don't know
I'm gonna
what
go
that.
back to bed.
That's great. What a rough.
That ain't none of my business. I'm gonna ask her about it later,
You got it, bro.
and I'm gonna leave it right there. There you
Ral-
go.
Raldak, what would I would say you being you, Raldak, hearing most of this, would you care to react in any way?
No, not really.
Okay.
I already
All
messaged
right.
you what I'm doing.
Did you?
Yes.
Ah, yes. One moment. I did not hear it.
It's nothing significant. Just me being a bastard.
Give me an intelligence check.
Can do. Not very good. Got it.
Not very good. Wow.
Like, at least I have a +3.
Well, man, you get what you get.
Yep.
Food ain't your study. What can I say?
Nope. I don't know any of these light realm vegetables and fruits.
It's just you're like you're reading this cookbook and you're just like
Simmer. The fuck does that mean?
yeah. It's not the
Something boiling, simmering, braising, and firing.
it's not the same like it's not the same
You
type
think
of
I cooked in the
comprehension.
other realm?
History, perfect. You can understand history. It makes sense. There's some it dictates everything. This is just like a different fucking language altogether. It's just not comprehending. You almost need a comprehend language spell for this one to figure it out. That's how bad this one is. But yeah,
I'm just telling you what my end result is. Don't worry about it.
perfect.
You'll find out later.
Samira, you are running through. You're able to keep up with Taiga for a moment, but there are times where you lose him. I would like you to roll me just a perception check. Or an investigation check, whichever you prefer.
Let me take a look here. Definitely perception.
I use my eyes, please.
It's better than trying to investigate.
Yeah, I wasn't catching up with Samira, let alone the other two fuckos that were way ahead of Samira.
All right.
I'm in full armor, bro.
Samira,
Imagine wearing armor.
give me a moment. I'm going to check something really quickly. Yeah. Me. There we go. There we go. Let me see. Okay. So, there are moments where you lose them. And it becomes a point where you're starting to kind of chase shadows at the walls. You'll see sights of children. A green flash appears every so often. And you can hear laughter too. And that's what really starts to catch your attention. And every so often you hear the laughter of children and these green flashes, and you start chasing after that. Roll me just one insight check. No advantage, no nothing, just a
Oh,
simple
whoops. Sorry. I'm so used to clicking.
advantage. That's fine. We'll use your first roll, which is 11. It's so nice of Foundry to let us know which is first. Something seems disturbing in a way that you're not look. Those are children, but it's not the one you're looking for.
Huh.
And every so often you hear laughter, and you see a shadowy shape of children and a green flash and disappears.
Interesting.
In this situation, what would you do?
I think she would investigate that. A weird occurrence.
Okay. We'll go back to Taiga and Mabel. Taiga, as you're now into the inner walls of, well, you're not there. You're on the outskirts of the inner walls of Castletown. There are several guard stations that line the gates to each section of Castletown, and they have patrols. And you can see the Hyrulean knights in their armor patrolling back and forth, and the gates are normally closed. They keep the gates closed at night for no one can wander out and get eaten by monsters or something, because night is still dangerous no matter where you're at in Hyrule. But they're stationed there along the walls, and Mabel's leading you through. There's a moment she stops, looks at you. We have to get into the inner walls. I don't know how they do it, but they know there's a small passage or something. I don't know how he does it all the time. He always gets past the guards. I don't know how, but we're gonna have to try to get around them.
Can I take a look around to see if there's anything out of the ordinary?
Yeah, make a perception check.
It's time to Metal Gear Solid this shit. Let's go.
Perceive for me. Oh yeah, I forgot your fucking perception. It's wicked high.
If that's needed.
It's wicked high. Now, when you say out of the ordinary, what do you mean exactly? Like a phenomenal force, a shift in the guards, or
I'm looking for like it a section of the wall that's not entirely uniform, a way that a tree's grown too close to the wall, somewhere that could be a consistent and reliable access point.
There is vines that you're able to find, thick, almost as thick as your arm, and they kind of make their way all the way over the wall. Um, uh, with your perception check too, as you both of you are getting through here, and you look at the vines very closely, you do notice that. Give me a survival check, if you would, please.
Survival. Ugh. Survive.
Survive.
You survived the ambush. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Why not natural?
The plants, their little leaves grab up and try to strangle you, and you fight them off. Now, you notice that the vines, some of the leaves have been torn off, and the vines look like there has been some wear and tear on them, especially as of recent.
Well, I think we can use those to get up and over. We should just wait for the guards to be walking away from it, and then we can scurry on up.
How good are you at climbing?
I mean, pretty good. Why?
I think we'll only have about a 6-second window of opportunity to get up there without being seen. And you see one of the guards kind of, you see the torch of one of the lights on the very top of the wall, and you look up, and she kind of grabs you and like presses you against the wall, as you see the torch light flickers. And this happens every like 6 seconds, as you can see the torch light. So we're gonna have to go up, over, and quick. Do not get caught. So
yeah,
you ready?
Yeah, easy. Yeah.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah, just give me one moment as I steel myself, and it's gonna sound funny. I'm gonna cast Zephyr Strike,
Okay.
and then basically I'm gonna punch the ground with advantage to basically double my movement speed, and then dash as a bonus action.
Okay, this is gonna give you advantage then. And she goes, I think you're ready then. And she, like as soon as the guard walks by and she sees it, go ahead, give me an acrobatics or even a stealth check with advantage.
Ooh.
Damn.
Well, they're the
Well, we
same.
all know what you're
So-
doing.
They are the same.
Shit.
27.
On top of the wall. 3 seconds left. You see the guard walking, looking off the edge within these 2 seconds. And then Mabel's up there on top of the wall with you. There's a 5-foot jump to the other side. You both jump across, not even touching the ground below, but jumping onto the other side of the wall, which is 5 feet away. You peer over, you can see the town below you. 2 seconds. You both look at each other, and the sound of wind rushing through your hair as both of you land on the other roof. And you look back and you see the guard just walking, patrolling on his way. Samira.
Easy.
You see the lights start flickering along the way. You follow them. You're near the wall to the layer, the other layer of Castletown. Right on the other side is the market square, and the walls are large walls. They keep out intruders. Why wouldn't they? As you are following these lights that are always too far for you to see clearly, the sounds of the children are always at a distance. Either give me a acrobatics, athletics check, either one of those two, or perception or insight. One of those will dictate what's going to happen next. Okay. You start sprinting, chasing these lights, and they're always so far. You hear the children laughing, and then as you're running, you're rounding the corner of the wall. The lights, like, just for a moment, they hover there in a spot about 30 feet away from you, and you still can't see it, but you see two children just scamper into the wall. Couldn't see who they were, but could have swore you saw them. You rush, you close that 30 feet in just mere moments. Doesn't take that long for you to make that speed. When you reach the location, you don't see where the children went right away, but you do witness and feel a breeze that kind of blows across you, which is strange because it's coming from your left side and there's a wall there, so there shouldn't be a breeze. And you look to your left, you see there's this large crack in the wall. And on the other side is Castletown.
It's a hole,
It's a hole in the wall, yes.
but it leads to Capstone.
It leads into Castletown. It's a large crack. It's pretty small too. So if you want to get through there, it will be quite difficult unless you make an appropriate roll.
I'll go ahead and try and see if I can get there. I'm not sure what else to do.
You got it. Make a survival check, if you would, please. Okay. In the Gerudo Desert, there are some valleys, there are some caves, and you have practiced climbing through small and tight spaces within these structures. It's not easy, especially for a Gerudo who is normally much taller than many of the Hyrulean male men. But you're able to loosen up and squeeze through this tight location, and it doesn't take you that long either to do so. The wall stretches on for 5-6 feet as you get through to the other side. And as you do, give me a perception check. You see two things.
Okay.
One is as you're looking around for that light, from the corner of your vision, you see a flickering of a torchlight up on the wall. And what catches your attention is something obscured that torchlight for just a moment. And as you kind of focus your attention on that, you see a flash, like someone taking a flashlight, a picture of someone, of Mabel and Tyga leaping through the air onto the roof. And as you see that, and your attention immediately draws to that, and you're about to move to that, you see it again from the corner of your eye. Green light, a flicker, and you see the silhouette of children running through the alleys.
Oh, so am I supposed to decide where, like, if I'm going after you or the children?
Yep.
Looks like Tyga and Mabel are okay. I'm curious what these children are.
Okay. As you go ahead and it takes a split moment. You made your you hesitate for that moment, and you kind of twist and start churning after the light. Go ahead and as you are following these lights, you can either make a athletics or acrobatics check, or you can make a perception check to look for them. All right. A 20.
Yeah.
So you go ahead and you start sprinting off and following these lights. And we'll get back to you in just a moment.
Oh, okay.
Tyga,
Yes.
you are leaping. One moment. Yeah. Let me do that. All right. As you are leaping through the alleys, Mabel starts slowing down into a pace, and you guys who were originally leaping through the roofs slow down into a steady pace, and you start weaving through the alleys. Let's put you in the appropriate location. So right here. You start to approach the market square. You can see the stalls vacated and empty. They have their sheets thrown over a lot of the stalls, and everything is basically packed up and locked up tight for a lot of the general goods stores and such. Mabel slows down, and she's like, you can see on her face that she's having fun. This is something different. She's out. She's running about. this is exciting. She's usually stuck doing paperwork most of the time. So doing something like this really, you can see that she's able to let herself out. And there's this different side to her that starts to appear. Um, I'm gonna kill Mitch. Um, um, there's an excitement in the air. You can see where she's uptight most of the time. This time she is not. And as the two of you are slinking through the alleys, she goes, I think they might be hiding around here, right? If you were, I don't know, crazy, where would you go to meet up with someone else who might be crazy?
Well, I'm thinking it would be either somewhere that only they know about or somewhere that's not easily seen or accessed by others. So like for us, it would probably be somewhere like small that we could get into, or somewhere important to the two of them. Do you know anything about that?
I think so. Let me think. Let me see what she thinks. Let me make a history check on her. Oh, not bad, not bad. That's respectable. There's a moment where she pauses and she goes, I think I know one. Yeah, I shouldn't be too far from here. Come on, I'll take you there. Go ahead and give me a stealth check with advantage.
Before I do that, I'm gonna hold her up for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna reach into my pocket. I'm gonna pull out my magic button, and I'm gonna tell her. So this is a magic button. If whoever holds it is super stealthy and quiet, but I think if we put it between our hands and held it together, then we'd both be super stealthy.
Oh my god, dude. He's got the riz.
Make a deception check.
Yeah, total lie.
Fuck.
Let's go.
Fucking.
Stop!
Oh my god, what a genius. It's destined.
Little do we know with Samira getting cucked.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Slip that in as cool as possible, Tyga. She goes ahead and holds your hand with the button.
Okay, now we'll do the stealth check.
What a genius.
22.
Still a 22.
Oh, 22.
As un momento. There we go. As as the two of you hold hands and you relish in the and this joy that it brings, and you're kind of focused on her, and she's still like smiling. There seems to be like a different mindset to her right now, and she's actually seeming to enjoy this a little more. The two of you kind of curve around multiple of the stalls, and you kind of start approaching the large fountain in the center of Castletown. This is basically the large trading route for everyone who comes into Castletown. And you can see this fountain, which is immensely large itself. You know, you have a 30 by 30 fountain that just circles in this large this large circular fountain. What do you expect, you know? She points over to you and she says, so there, around the fountain, there's these statues, and they usually, I believe, meet up here whenever they get the chance. But I don't really remember, and it's been a while. We actually all used to meet here all the time. So if you just see them, let me know, or
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna see if there's a trail I can follow, or any signs of them.
make
Start
a
tracking them.
make a perception check, if you would, please.
I'm distracted by a hand.
As you go, yeah, sure. She starts like walking, and you're like still looking at her. And there's this moment where like this breeze rolls over you two, and you see her hair start flowing in the wind, and just super slow motion. And she like turns towards you very slowly, and she smiles, and she goes, "Watch," and you realize she's saying "watch out" as you run into a pole and stumble back.
I refuse to let go of the hand.
It- as you make a dexterity save.
Nat fucking 20. Let's go, dude. He's not letting go of that hand.
I'll tell you-
Duality of Taiga sometimes. Jesus
I'll
Christ.
tell you what happens. I'll say I'll tell you exactly what happens. You run into the pole. You start to fall back. What you do is, as you're falling back, you use the momentum to pull Mabel. And as you do, you use her as a counterbalance. And then you're back on her feet, but then she's falling. And then you're like, oh shit, she's falling. I gotta pull her back. And you start pulling her back. And as you do, you both kind of like wrap into a hug, and you spin around, and you both fall on the ground together.
Oh. George, I'm so happy you lead into this now. But I suppose the two nat 20s.
Glorious.
And
Glorious.
Two
Wonderful.
natural 20s for Riz.
Yeah, dude.
she flip a coin for me. 1, you're on top. 2, you're on bottom.
I mean, let's see.
Roll 1d2.
What's it gonna be?
Come on.
Yeah.
So the rolling stops, and you're laying flat on your back on the ground, and she's over you like with one arm and the other arm a little sprayed out, and she's close to your face, like about 6 inches, right? And you see the messy strands of her hair just kind of fall over her face, and she turns red a little bit and smiles and goes, right. And she gets back up and she helps you back up as well.
Thank you. And I'm going to pull my hood down a little bit lower to cover how red I'm getting.
You do. And we'll move on from that scene back to Samira.
How wholesome.
Told you I was bringing it today.
I'm sorry I didn't yell at the same time. Like I can't catch up.
Yeah.
Dang. And like, his is more interesting.
Yeah, but what's going on with these kids, dude?
Yeah.
Kids in Green Flash. What's going on?
What's the green flash of kids doing? Samira, the streets are unfamiliar to you. You're not from here. You're not from. You've only been here for about a day or two, and it's not enough time to memorize the layout of this place. And you've barely been to any of the shops as it is. And as you're rushing through, spotting every so often you hear the laughter off into the distance. Every time it sounds like someone's shaking a bag of beans or something off into the distance, and you chase after that. As you're following everything, do a investigation check for me, or survival, one of the two.
Yeah. Yes, DM.
Okay.
Oh, leaning on that.
Okay. So, I still have monster. Hold on. So, as you make your way through the alleys, the lights keep getting further and further and further away. And eventually, you lose sight of them altogether. There is still a chance, though, as you're in the alley in the darkness. Give me a perception check.
Nice guy.
Okay. There's one glint of light that catches your attention down the alley, and it flickers and it hovers there. It's pretty far, even for your standards. It's something that you just barely caught a flicker of. You estimate it's about 200 feet away. That's how faint
Holy smokes.
that glimmer was. And you notice that it flickers out.
Step of the wind.
Step of the wind.
Yeah, I'll step of the wind.
Okay. Give me an athletics check, or acrobatics with advantage.
Ooh.
That's nice.
Let's go.
Step of the wind. You run on top of the buildings and you start, and you're running. You fly across 5 or 6 buildings and then immediately land in at least the vicinity of where you believed this light came from. And you're now in the middle, kind you see the fountain in the distance, way in the distance, and the rows are empty. You can see there's patrols of guards walking these streets, ever so slowly. I would like to ask, will you be in the alleys, hiding in the darkness from the guards, or would you be on top of the buildings to hide from the guards?
I'm gonna say on top of the buildings.
Give me a stealth check, if you would, please. Okay. Their passive is like 12 or something. Yeah, you're fine. You have to roll.
Hands are sweating, George.
Their passive is like 12. Sometimes people mess up and roll
Yup.
once, twice in a night.
I'm really impressed with how the dice are treating me right now.
As you see them walking down the roads, and they kind of go in a there's two of them on each side of a section in the road, right? On opposite sides of the main road here. And one starts on one end, one starts at the other end, and they kind of meet in the center and then pass by. And that's how the patrol pattern is here. You have those two guards just kind of crossing each other and then making their way through. As you're up on the roof, make one more perception check, and this is going to determine what happens next.
Okay. Come on. Come on. I believe. Yes!
Okay.
I saw it dangle on that 3.
You're on the roof. You're looking for your chance. You can make it across these guards. You feel confident that you can if you need to. And as you're thinking this, you're looking at the guards, and you're kind of tracing one of them walking down the road. As he turns around, and you're kind of looking at the market stalls, you see a flicker of light, torch light along the side of the wall. And you see Tyga and Mabel way down there. And you suddenly see Tyga grab Mabel by the arm, twirl around, and embrace her, and then fall to the grass.
Oh.
And as you're seeing this, straight across from where you're at, you see the lights. And the children laughing.
This is cute. I think she'd take a moment to think to herself, I'm going to have to talk to Tiger later. And she's enjoying the sight. She thinks this is great. And she'll continue going after the children.
Okay. Since you passed the stealth check with the guards, I will give you a chance, because you have to get across the road to start going after those flicker lights. So you're on the roof over there. They're over yonder, right?
I mean, you're describing stuff and I see black. Just black.
You see black? Oh, well.
Yeah. Am I supposed to be seeing a map that's better than that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Let me refresh.
Yes, you were.
Hey, I've been doing a great job with just like the descriptions you've been giving and kind of mapping that out.
No, that's fine. Either way, they're across the road from you.
Okay.
I'm gonna say you give chase to you're 100% committed to giving chase to the flashes of light, and if that's the case, I would like you to give me an acrobatics or an athletics check with advantage.
Okay.
This is you rushing between the guards before they're able to see you. You're waiting until they're both facing away, and at their pivotal moment of when they're both
What is
turning.
that? What did it land
All right.
An 8.
on? Okay, because on my screen it was perfectly balanced.
Okay. As that happens, and you see both the guards at that one critical point in time, they are facing away. You go ahead and hop down the roof, slow fall, no problem, and start following after the lights. Taiga. As you and Mabel are now at the fountain, and she's still holding your hand, and she's kind of leading forward while holding your hand. I would like you to make a perception check.
Perception. 28.
As the two of you begin to slowly circle the fountain, there's just that brief moment where you see two small figures crouched between like a rather, it's in between the stairs of the fountain, and the stairs they go up quite a distance, about 10 feet high, and they're large, relatively large stairs, and there's this large stone railing that kind of separates it every so often between the steps. You see two figures go ahead and crouch down in between that. As you're making your way around the fountain.
All right. Assuming that it is going to be Link and Zelda, I think I'm going to try to sneak like right up behind them and be like looking over the shoulder and be like, "What are we doing?"
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check. Okay. You go ahead and you start leading the way. You caught sight of who you were after. And you're fairly certain to, especially with that perception check. And you kind of start picking up pace, almost in an absent-minded way, because you're interested. That this is something piqued your interest, and you're focused on that now. And you go ahead and you start pulling Mabel along, because originally she was leading you, and then you swapped it on her just now. And you start taking off, and she starts like kind of picking up pace to keep pace with you. You approach that section of stone, and you see Link and Zelda talking, and as they're talking, it's almost like Zelda's arguing with him. You see this like the look of frustration as she's trying to convince him of something. And you hear every so often, I'm not too sure if we should, she might get angry at us. And as you get closer and you start to hear more of this conversation, make a perception check to see if you can hear what they're saying.
All right. Perception. Listen mode activate.
And we're done with Taiga.
Is that 3 tonight? Oh, fuck,
Yes,
man.
that is.
Dude.
We're done with Taiga. He dies the next day.
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, natural 1, natural 20, natural 1, natural 20, natural 20. I just feel like I'm gonna roll a natural 1 tomorrow for some reason.
Nah, not a chance. Why would you ever have to roll a natural 1 for anything important?
Yeah.
Like your
Right.
friends would poison you. Who would do that?
Taiga.
This is the backstory I needed to care about why Tiger died.
uh, so, Taiga, you start to hear Zelda say, "Come on, Link. It's only just for a moment, and I don't know. It could be fun." And Link goes, "I'm not sure. If anyone catches us, we're gonna be in big trouble." And she goes, We do it all the time. It's fine. This is no different." And the conversation starts to seem like something else until finally someone says, "Look, it's Zelda goes, look, I've been seeing these green flashes in the middle of the night, and no one has believed me when I told them." Sorry, you laughing threw me off a little bit. um, she goes, "I've been seeing these green flashes through the night, and when I tell Impa or my dad, they're not really believing me. They're just saying it's maybe a torch flickering." He goes, "We'll check it out for 10 seconds, and then we bail." And she smiles, and she goes, "Thanks. And who knows, it can be fun." And that's when that conversation, they start to realize that you've been listening in between them the whole time. You've been part of this conversation. Your head is in between them, and they finally notice you, and they both kind of turn towards you and go, "Hi."
Well, are we going or not?
Samira.
We ball.
Samira,
Yes, Dan.
you have been following this light to the best of your ability.
Sure
And
trying.
you're down this alleyway, and it's a bit run down compared to the others. It's one of those sections that is in disrepair because it's been abandoned for such a long time. And you see multiple of the buildings have been a little more or less decayed from time. You begin to look around and you hear it. And you see the flashes. And they go in between the cracks of the buildings. And you see the flashes of the children. And for a moment, the wall next to you it lights in green light. And you see children, and you hear,
They clip out.
They sound like Tickle Me Elmo.
make a perception check. Make a perception check if you could, please.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Come on.
That one.
Ooh.
Yeah. This is it, boys.
This is where a Shaco box pops up next to you.
You see in that green flash, and it kind of stuns you for a moment. You see a figure wearing clothing like a scarecrow. Kind of grow in size from a child to an overlapping monster that's humongous. And you hear, it disappears, and you hear shaking like maracas. And
Like a Korok?
not quite.
I have a theory, but I'm not sure.
You see shadows start to appear through the corners of the buildings, the cracks, the crevices. A little red gleam appears and then creeps back into the wall. And it goes silent.
It just goes into the wall?
It looks like they went into the crevices of empty buildings. Wherever there's a crack in a desolated building, it just kind of.
Did you take a peek behind one of the buildings?
Go right ahead. I will give you another perception or investigation check or survival. Okay. You start slinking into the building itself. Into this darkened interior. And you start walking inside. And you hear it one more time. You turn around because it sounds like it was all around you, and you kind of do a 180. And you look towards where you entered. And there's nothing but the void. And it calls to you to be pulled in.
Just kind of like, just I'm drawn to it. There's no
Mhm.
voice. There's no.
No. And then you realize you're actually being drawn towards it. Your feet start sliding across the ground as you're being pulled towards it. Give
I will
me
start working on another character.
give me a straight dexterity check. Okay. As you start being drawn to it, you turn around and you start sprinting as fast as you can. But it slowly pulls you in, and you are enveloped in darkness. Taiga.
Yeah.
Fun.
As as you continue, we'll go back to you. You go ahead and you ask Lincoln to continue. There's a moment where Mabel looks. She has that big sister stare at the two of them, and the two of them kind of have this look as, "Oh shit, we've been caught." Zelda goes, "It's not what you think. This time it's serious." And Mabel cuts in, "You said that the last 20 times. They're not that serious." She goes, "If you would just listen to me, it was just something strange and it could be fun. You don't know." And Link is just there kind of standing next to you. He doesn't say anything. Just kind of looks at you and like shrugs like, "I don't know. I don't know, man."
Oh.
Eventually Zelda looks at you and goes, "You want to go, right?"
Oh, I mean, I want to make sure that you guys are safe.
No. Like, you want to go check out what that light is? We're perfectly fine. I mean, you guys are here.
Are you going to check out the light?
Yeah. That's it could be
And
something
what
interesting.
it could be. And what else could it be?
I don't know. I'm hoping interesting. Nothing more.
Well,
What do you think it
when
could be?
we're curious about anything, we have to hope it's something good, but prepare that it's something bad. Okay, that is the first rule about surviving. Okay, we have to assume everything is bad, so we're going to go slowly and carefully. We're not going to run in blindly, and we're going to think things through. Okay.
Mabel goes, "Now wait just a darn second. We
All
haven't
right, let's
even."
go. I'm gonna start walking towards it.
Give me a just give me a. I'm trying to think of an appropriate check for this one. Now you know what? Give me a fucking persuasion advantage. You have other people helping you. As soon as you start marching off, Link and Zelda start marching with you.
Let's go.
And Mabel goes, "Darn it!" And she starts following along with you. Begrudgingly, she follows. As the
Guys, it's Little Rascals. I'm sorry.
as the four little rascals start going through the alley, Zelda describes that she believes she's seen it around in this particular location, at least what she can see from her bedroom window. If you could, Taiga, as all of you are traversing the alleys and being as careful not to draw attention to yourselves, can you do me a favor and roll a perception check? As the four of you are looking for whatever the lights may be. Yes. Can you also give me a stealth check?
Stealth check.
All right.
Oh no!
Oh no, a 19.
19.
God damn it.
Gosh, it's so low.
It's below average for you.
It is. But
Disgusting.
Did you just roll your passive? Oh no, you rolled below your passive.
Yeah,
Yes,
roll
he
below my
did.
passive.
So said it's below
I
average.
too.
Jesus Christ.
Motherfucker, 21 passive. What a little shit.
Yes,
Jeez.
and then a 20 passive perception on perception.
So good.
Disgusting.
So you're one of the first to see it. As you're walking across the alleys, you see little flashes of green light. And then you see within these flashes shadows of children. And for each flash, there is a different position of the children. And position probably wasn't the best word. Different, well, you have to
Pose.
live. Thank you. Gonna have to live with my regrets here. But there's a different pose for each child every time there's a flash, and the flashes happen in an intermittent rate, meaning that every so often it's either rapid succession or a couple blinks. And by piecing these flashes together, you see that they are dancing. Once in each pose, the children are dancing as the flashes. And you're the first one to see this, as the three of them are still kind of arguing behind you, because you're still lucky button mode and holding Mabel by the button, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's like looking backwards, like still whisper yelling at Zelda. And Zelda's kind of laughing and just like pushing her along. And then you see Link behind you, just looking back to make sure you guys aren't being followed. So he's focused on that. You're the only person to have noticed this so far.
Children dancing. Children dancing. All right, this can go one of two ways. Either we are supposed to dance or we're not supposed to dance. Hmm.
No,
Time to dance.
you start dancing?
Yeah.
Give me a performance check.
Oh, George, I thought you'd never ask.
Ah, there he is. He has
There
to
we
make
go.
he has to make sure he has
You
to.
have to get above 18.
Yes.
That's the base.
I mean, I might be failing. It could be a DC 15.
Taiga, you start dancing, and can you just give me an intelligence roll?
No. My weakness.
Uh-huh.
Big braining.
Hey.
You start dancing. And as you start dancing, you're following the poses of the children as they continue to dance. And you're nailing it. You're getting it spot on. Your right hand is a little heavy though. And then you follow your right hand and you see that you're still holding on to Mabel, and now she's dancing with you, and she's like, you see her, she's confused as fuck as why you two are dancing, and Zelda's laughing and she's dancing too, and Link is fucking like embarrassed and kind of being dragged along by Zelda as she's dancing, and he's just being like almost
the
about
normal one out of the
yeah,
entire group.
he's about to fall on his face, being dragged along by the three of you, and it's just this big chaotic scene as all three minus one is dancing. You hear laughter start to ring around you, and Mabel, is probably the only one super fucking concerned. Like her face is like freaking out that she's stuck in this dance. but also about what's going on around you guys, as she has now taken notice of fucking shadow children on the walls fucking dancing all around you, and you all hear them laughing, and they are laughing and getting closer, and the shadows start to grow as you hear as the shadows start to envelop you guys. You see this green mist that kind of envelops you, and you are taken as well.
We'll pick
Samir,
up next time.
Samira and Tyga
Yes.
will go into the next map. I will bring you guys there in just a moment. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And one more. Boop. All right. Let's drag you in here. And what I think I'll do for the rest of everyone else is give you Observer for Link. Because this token is just for information. So let me give you guys all permission to be an observer.
Hell yeah. Dude.
I think you guys can see that, right?
Everything is black.
All black.
One moment. I'll try one more time. Boop.
Well, it also depends if Link has dark vision or not.
No, he should be able to see too.
Okay.
Look, Link probably is like 25 in all stats.
No, this is just the token.
The real Link probably is 25 in all stats.
Maybe if I do it like this, I'll make you all the owner.
Oh, see a thing.
There we go. I think that worked, right?
Hey, look, it's a bunch of children and their keeper.
All right, cool. We're all on
Yep.
the same page now, right? Everyone's in the room?
Yes, but I don't think Charlene can see anything.
Trying to refresh. Second time.
Oh,
But everyone can see something. That's all that matters, right?
I get to watch now.
I'll see if I can see anything in just.
It's a pretty small thing in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
Well, I'll draw everyone's attention to the room. There we go.
Hey, there's a toilet.
George, I still can't see anything. I've tried refreshing twice.
Move, like, grab and move with your mouse and see if you see anything. Oh, well.
Nope, it's
That's
still black for her.
Yeah, that's strange. Obviously, it's working for everyone else. So it has to be like a setting or something that's not working for her.
Let's see. Let me back out of here.
Yeah. Sometimes if she has vision, for sure. It's not a vision issue.
Let me try.
Because even if she didn't have vision,
Should
I'll
be able to
just-
see Link's token.
yeah.
So all of us can.
Yeah, her vision's good from what I can see. We can even turn on her dark vision to see if that helps any.
1 second. I'm Still trying to hop back into the server.
That's fine. I'm just gonna turn on your dark vision to see if it helps.
Okay. It must be something on my Mac Studio that wasn't letting me see because I hopped over on PC.
Oh, it's a Mac.
I
That's
am
why.
literally lip to
There's your
like
first
the
problem.
mic. Don't. I can't help it. Luke's
Does
over here
Foundry
giving me
support
the
Mac
look, but
OS? No.
I am my lips are brushing against my mic, and he's like, "Can't hear you," and I'm like, "I don't know what else to do."
Be that close, I guess. um,
Your first problem is using Mac OS.
but you can see now, right? That's an important thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You can see the room you're in.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I mean. All right. Samira, as the shadow engulfs you and takes you away, there's a moment where you free fall through the void and darkness and fall back, and you're grabbing at anything you can find, but it's just nothing but the void. And you can feel yourself falling. There is some type of air resistance because you can hear the wind rushing through you. And then very suddenly, you hear and silverware scatter. And it felt like an impact of you just falling down like a foot. It didn't feel like a fall of hundreds of feet. And
Okay.
you look around you and you see a room, but everything seems to be misshapen or wrong in some way. The barrels, the logs, even the plates are sometimes elongated, and for a moment not, as it seems to kind of try to maintain a shape, but not cohesive enough. And you eventually slide out from the table. God, that's there we go. Get back in there, Link. Get back in there. What are you doing? Geez, he really ran. And as you do, and you start taking in your surroundings, you hear children, a couple of them screaming like they're falling from somewhere. And you look up. Taiga, what would you be doing as you're kind of falling in this free fall in this void? And you see Mabel screaming, like freaking out. You see Link is like, "Ah!" And you see Zelda like giggling as she's falling down.
I'm gonna try to do barrel rolls as I fall.
Give me a performance check, my guy.
Yeah.
Fuck
Let's
you.
go.
What?
You die tomorrow.
Dude.
You die tomorrow.
No.
I die
Are you
tomorrow.
kidding?
What type of barrel rolls are you doing, my guy?
I'll do a somersault. I'll do a barrel roll. I'll do a backflip. I will.
Doves start flying behind him.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will stretch out as if I'm like laying on the ground with my hand propping up my head and like wink at Mabel.
Make a no, give me a charisma check. Straight charisma
boy.
check.
That's much more fair.
Oh, rough.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's still
motherfucker,
pretty
you can't
bad.
20 that one. I would have
No.
killed you if you did. She stops for a moment, like she stops freaking out. She's like, "Ah!" You eventually you feel, and you all land on the ground. You land perfectly onto the floor as you were just doing multiple flips, and you just managed to land on the ground. Mabel lands on her ass, so does Link, and Zelda lands bottoms down on a pillow that's just so happened to be there. Uh, and Samira, you witness. That's what you witness.
I'm gonna turn and offer a hand to Mabel to help her up.
Samira offer her hand to Link.
Ah!
There's a moment where they're staring at you, Samira.
I have no
Hi.
involvement of this. I have no idea where I am.
As the two of you are in this room, you can see it's a bit of a mess, a bit of cluster. Like Zelda seems super interested, and she starts like grabbing things off the table and like starts examining like different things on the table. As you see her like kind of tug on it and seeing how why things are just misshapen and growing. Link is kind of watching over her out of curiosity once you help him up. And Taiga, you go ahead and you help Mabel up, and she starts looking around. She looks at you, Samira. How'd you get here?
I was following a light. Seemed mysterious. How did you get here?
She kind of looks at Taiga and the other two. Night, Hunter.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye. She kind of looks at the three of them. We were following lights.
I see. Was it of a greenish hue?
Yeah, and Zelda goes, and then we started dancing.
You started dancing. She looks to Taiga.
What? We were dancing. You know I like dancing.
I'm assuming you all were just playing, having fun.
He's gonna look at Zelda. Look back. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And they
Insight check?
they all start not like Zelda starts nodding, and then she grabs the back of Link's head and makes him start nodding. Taiga, make a deception check. Samira, make your insight check.
Oh my god!
You can't make this shit up.
This is so good.
You can't make this shit up.
I feel like I'm just rolling a D2 at this point.
Yeah. Samira, these fucking kids, ain't up to no good. You know that face. You know that Taiga's face. You know he's up to something. They all have that same look Taiga gives when he's up to something.
All right. I think we can all be truthful here. Is this some sort of prank? As like Samir is now kind of like gone is the curiosity and wonder of the situation, and now it's serious.
Oh, no. This is we are all discovering this together.
So you were following the light. You were following the light.
And we are following them, following the light.
Yeah.
And I will definitely be asking questions later as to how the Princess of Hyrule is in this situation. And
She
she looks to Link.
she was following the light.
Yeah. Well, he said. Link just like points to Tiger. Well, he said.
And I was sitting on the
I
bench.
do
And
not-
I was sitting on the bench. And I was sitting on the bench.
Perhaps it was a good thing that I happened to come out here. We need to get out of wherever we are. I am not
as
very
soon-
confident.
As soon as you say that, Mabel goes, well, let's start by just opening a door. She opens the door. The void just starts spilling out. And like she already took like 2 steps to step out. Tiger, give me a dexterity saving throw. So she stands on the edge of the door and she's like about to fall and you're able to grab her. You have her hand because of the lucky button and you just pull her back and she immediately shuts the door, leans against it and goes, it's not that door.
Apparently not. What? It was empty.
Let's find another way out, shall we?
And let us open the door carefully next time.
My friends, I have devised a maze for you.
I'm going to reach into my pocket and pull out an extra button. Just a regular button this time. And I'm going to give it to Link and Zelda and tell them that they have to hold the button in order to be protected.
Make a persuasion check.
Insane.
Well, why don't you roll another nat 20, you son of a bitch?
I'm trying. Listen, I'm watching after Mabel. Link can watch after Zelda. Samira can watch after all of us as
Zelda,
Nanny.
Zelda giggles,
Surrounded by
takes the button, and immediately locks hand with Link. Thanks, Tyga.
Yeah, you're welcome. You guys are safe now, and you're just gonna stick with us, and we're gonna get out of here in no time. Okay?
I will have, Matt, if you want to make my life a little easier and navigate Link for me.
Sure, give me a moment. I'm totally not doing other things at the moment.
Oh, that's fine.
Totally not playing a game while I'm doing this.
But as you go into each room, I will tell you what's going on in each room.
Why
But-
don't I, Taiga, normally with our party, you kind of scout out ahead, but perhaps I should spearhead and you should. Actually,
Tiger's gonna look down at the hand he's holding and say, "Sure."
you could help me by keeping an eye out for traps. Can you not?
Of course.
All right. My
Looking
friends,
for traps.
you may go. I will be watching. Go ahead and make an investigation check, Taiga, as you look for traps. Okay. I will keep that number in mind as you progress. But so far things look
I look
Things
out for
look okay.
danger. I don't know what a trap is.
everything looks good. And
Yeah.
wow, Mabel's hand is really nice and warm, and her skin feels soft.
Yep.
I
This
feel
way.
like Link wouldn't go too far from Zelda, so
Hold on.
let's do about that.
I'm in an awkward position.
I'm going to put my ear up against this door.
You are in an awkward position, aren't you?
Yep.
Make an perception check. Well, let's see if I can just put you right there.
Ah, there we go.
Sounds fine. I'm gonna open it.
Samir, go ahead and open the door.
Is her doing all those private rolls to hide from us?
Is that? Oh.
Yeah, might want to make it public. Taiga, everything looks
Just look
good.
north.
Whatever door you want to
Okay.
open, you may open.
All right. No, not that one. That one. The one I'm gonna do the one on the right. I'm going to go up to it and I'm gonna knock.
You go ahead and knock. No answer.
I think. Where did Samira go? No.
They look around. They look at all three of each other. Samira, in that other room, while this is happening, you were right there, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
You go ahead and you open it up, and you walk into a kitchen, and then it leads into what looks to be a living room of sorts, and then it's just another room,
Okay.
very similar to the one you just exited.
Interesting.
You see more doors, Missy. You see Samira come around the corner
Oh.
from the other room.
Are we going that way or this way?
Let's go this way.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Just
I'm gonna put my ear up to this door.
you got it. All right.
Sounds fine to me.
Once again, you open the door, and takes you a little bit of effort because there are storage crates in front of the door, and you hear this as you push the door open, and you peek your head through, and you see it's another living room.
Okay.
George, are there any cookbooks anywhere?
Make a perception check.
Can you stop rolling 9?
No.
Taiga.
That's fun.
You look around the area, and you start to notice something. You start looking for cookbooks, and you are looking at the tables. You're picking up like a variety of things, and when you pick like a fork up and move it to the side, you feel that it doesn't feel quite right. It doesn't feel like a fork normally feels, and you kind of set it down, and you find a cookbook on there. At least what that it looks like a cookbook. On the cover of the book itself is a cruelly drawn plate, and you think that's food on the plate. It looks like it's colored in with a red crown, and when you go to open the pages, you see each page has a type of food. You see a chicken colored in by what it seems to be a 4-year-old interpretation of what a chicken should look like. It's either poo or chicken with cook lines coming off of it, because it's not that great of a depiction. And you keep churning, you see a crown drawing of a banana, keep churning, oh, that's a tomato or an apple. You don't know. Many of the pages are blank. Many of them are drawings of kids having dinner together. and eating a fantastic feast, and they look extremely happy.
Hmm. I'm just gonna toss this book against the wall, see if anything weird happens.
You go ahead and you toss the book against the wall. Samir, you see Taiga just toss it. Do you toss it like a kind of casually against the wall, or like you chuck it?
Kind of like how like if you like throw something like onto your bed, you kind of like throw it so like that way it's supposed to land flat, but it's kind
Yeah.
of like throw it like that just into the wall, not like
Right. The frisbee
not like
throw.
trying to break it. Yeah, for
Yeah.
just toss.
Yeah. You go ahead and you do that, and it's just a small poof, and it falls on the ground. And you see the pages start flipping over, and you can hear the laughter kind of radiate around you. The door over here kind of opens up. You feel this pull towards the door as it opens up. And you hear the laughter. And you see the the pages are turning towards the wind force that door brought in. And as you see the pages churning, you see the depiction of a face, at least what looks like a face. What you can really see is these set of like teeth and these red eyes, and they just smile and start laughing, and you can hear the coming from the book until it goes and it closes completely.
Okay.
Is tight? And Samir sneezes.
Yeah, there's a lot of dust in here. Wait. Quick question.
Yeah,
I see a pot in here.
that is a bot.
Is something cooking in the pot?
It looks like it.
Is it actually giving a smell?
Make an investigation check. You go over and you, because it doesn't seem like it has a smell, and you look at the pot and it's bubbling, but it's slow, almost like how lava sometimes bubble, and it just super fucking slow expansion, and it pops every so often, and you get closer to smell it, and it kind of smells like Play-Doh.
Huh. Can I?
You also notice there's no heat coming from it.
Yeah. There's no heat, no smell. Can I get my hand closer to the fire? Is it still not emanating heat?
There was never a fire.
Oh,
It's just
but it's just boiling without heat.
yes.
Can I spill it in like that direction?
Sure. You go ahead and you and it makes this weird thud sound, and as it spills over and starts to slowly come out, almost like lava. It's weird. It doesn't really know how to spread out, and it kind of drifts to one side for a moment. Then you hear, give me a dexterity saving throw. A pot lifts up and flies towards you, and bonks you. As it shatters against you, it makes a sound like someone threw a pile of dirt on you, and it kind of crumples in that way too and falls to the ground. Didn't hurt though.
So did it like evaporate into dust, or it felt like that? Like it felt like some.
It crumbled
like,
into dirt as soon as it hit you, and
like
now
a dirt clog.
yeah, like a dirt clog, and now there's dirt all over you.
She's wiping her face and trying to look around for who did that.
Yeah, Tiger, you saw the pot, this blue pot in particular, just fly across the room, and you just heard, and Samira trying to get the dirt off her.
Tyga's gonna walk into the room and kind of lean into Samira and whisper, I think everything here is alive and false.
Yeah, I think I gathered that much too.
Ooh, potatoes. What?
She said.
I mean, they're still real. I can throw them at somebody.
That's fair.
Look at me. I'm in my pajamas.
That's fair.
My AC is lower than it should be.
Fair.
You want a potato?
No.
Okay. Link, hold this.
He holds the potato. He looks around. Got it.
Thanks.
Samira, as you open that door, you see that half the bathtub is not there. Almost like it was being formed and it's just in the wall. The water that spills out of it, not very similar to the same consistency of the pot that you just spilled over. And the whole bathroom layout seems to warp and wobble in place as it just kind of hovers there.
Hmm.
Samira, give me a dexterity saving throw, if you would, please.
Okay. Ah.
Uh,
Ooh.
I for-
Ooh.
I did miss something. I missed to put this effect here. There we go. What was that, a 10?
Yeah.
Samira, you begin to get sucked into the darkness. You are actually pulled in to the darkness. And the door
Second
closes. The door locks. And Samira, you fall and land in a familiar room.
Oh.
All right. I'm going to pick this lock.
Tyga, make a thieves tool check.
Like your tools.
I don't have these tools. Dang it.
Just
Link,
kick it real hard.
Link, potato.
Link looks at it. He tosses the potato at you. Make a fucking dexterity check.
35. Wait!
He throws it pretty hard, a little too hard, and you catch it, and it goes like a clump of dirt and dissolves in your hand, and it's a little bit of, like, smatters across your face as it happens.
Perfect. I'm going to jam it in. I'm going to take it and jam it into the lock. Just
Okay.
as Samira says, wait.
Okay. You know what? We're keeping that check. You go ahead and you catch it and you shove it into the lock, and as you do, the lock itself turns into dust, and it's like mushing clay against clay, and you kind of deform the doorknob and the lock itself.
Huh. I'm going to take the rest of the potato, come over to this door, close it, and try to smash the potato into that doorknob.
You have Samira. You see Taiga smash into the door, look at the deformed doorknob, and then you hear him close another one and smash the door on that one. Yeah, you fucked up the doorknob.
I was hoping only the doors leading outside would deform if you smashed potato into it. Link, we need more potatoes.
On it. Then he's gonna look for more potatoes. Roll a little investigation check.
Oh, you're back.
He pops around the corner and he goes, "I found the carrot."
Close enough.
What are you? What is this theory that you are working on?
Everything is malleable, and I'm gonna like step really hard onto like the stones surrounding this like pot to try to like deform it.
Give me a basic strength check.
Gosh. Blech.
You kick it, and the pot goes and makes a dull sound, and it caves in quite a bit, and like mud going into wet mud, it kind of mushes into the clay food and kind of melds into it a bit.
See, none of this is real. It's all fake clay pretend.
Okay,
It's like dough you play with.
I see. I believe.
Yeah.
I'm a bit confused though. What is the purpose of destroying what is here?
Because it's fun. And also because if anything is real, then we know that we're either going in the right direction or it's. He's going to look over at Zelda and then just look back at Samira and then totally change dialect into Gerudo. So I think that if we are careful, we can find the way out if we follow things that are real, and potentially it might help us be alerted to anything that is hostile to us while we are in here.
Samira switches to the Gerudo dialect as well. I'm not sure how we should proceed for the rest of our time here. It doesn't seem that if we walk into one of these doors that we're inherently in danger. We start back at the beginning. So if anything, we should have a plan of how to regroup if one of us does open a door and gets drawn in.
We could hear me out. Tiger's gonna pull out a button. We can hold hands, and that way, when you open the door or I open the door, we can be there to help pull the other back if it's dangerous.
It is silly, but whatever has created this place and the voices that I keep hearing, I think having a child's imagination and creativity is what's going to help us get out of here. So,
Great. I'm gonna take this carrot and
as
jam
the
it into
two
this one.
as the two of you are having that discussion, it takes a moment that you notice that Zelda's kind of leaning over and listening to you. And as you finish the conversation, she goes, in Gerudo, "That's a very good plan. I knew the white whales were the right choice."
Stop.
Luke, are you trying to raise up the princess now?
No. Maybe. No.
She is studious in multiple languages.
Yeah, she is. There is first a look of shock. Not like that Samira was embarrassed by any means. It was just comfortable and easier, and any chance that she can get, she's gonna speak in Gerudo. She was like a little bit curious as to why Taiga was speaking into her. It just kind of seemed random and in the moment, but it just felt natural to respond. But hearing the princess speak in Gerudo, um, threw her off, and she's kind of stunned and looking at her and trying to piece together how and why does she know Gerudo? She'll
There's a moment where she kind of sees this on your face and she goes, "Did I mispronounce anything?"
No, and like almost like slipping back into like common. No, it was good pronunciation. How are there? And then she thinks a little bit more. Has L'Oreal taught you Gerudo?
She actually insisted, yes.
And that gets her to smile a little.
Tyga's gonna look back at Maple and be like, wink.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh.
Yes.
Tyga's gonna flip a carrot. We have our means of escape. And I'm gonna walk towards the next door.
Okay. She comes along. Link has probably 2 more carrots on him. And he goes, come on. And he starts dragging Zelda along too. Come on. All right.
I'm gonna listen. To this house of mirror listen.
Okay. Make your check, if you please. Perception. You hear on the other side just very low audible, similar poppings to the same cauldron that spilled over.
Oh. I think there's food ahead. I'm gonna hold on to Maple and I'm gonna open the door.
Yep.
Hold on.
Go
Aha.
ahead. And you see another room pretty similar to this one. Different layouts, different things. Everything just oddly placed differently. Since you've correctly sussed out what I was going for, would you please roll an investigation check with advantage, Tyga?
All right. Come on, big 2.
You start going around the room out of the natural curiosity that you have, and you start churning things. You start testing each item in the room. And you feel that, yes, every so often there is something real here. And over in this section, you see multiple potions. Actual potions. 3 small red potions are in this room.
I will pick them up, kind of like pop off the cork, sniff them, cork it again, make sure they're fine before passing them out.
I will say make it will be perception.
Perception. All right.
Yeah, you will know what the real thing smells, looks like, and all that. So, unless you're
Perfectly fine.
rolling 20s and
Stop
1s
that.
tonight, unless you are doing that.
We are.
Ever since you've been in this area, things have been a little off, a little weird. And you have that slight inkling that this might be poison.
I'm gonna hang on. I'm pretty sure I do have. Yes, I have one red potion. So I'm gonna pull out my red potion
Uh-huh.
and give that to Link to hold on to, and then I'll take the other red potion that I think is poison. I'm gonna like carve a little thing um on the lid, like question mark.
Okay. There are 3 of them. Are you going to take all 3?
Yes, I'm just gonna put question marks on all of them.
Okay. Put 3 mystery potions in your inventory until you're able to get someone with a more discerning eye.
Gonna give some Laura some poison for you, you know?
Yep.
No. But you did notice this near the door,
All right. All right.
and you're starting to notice that
There we
there's
go.
some healing potion, maybe.
I'm gonna put my ear against it.
This time you hear something that kind of crackles, very lowly, but you hear.
Hold on to Mabel and open the door.
You see this small room, but I would say with your perception, and you know what? I'll do this so you can see what's going on because you're looking at a window. One moment. Changing the properties of this window. There we go. So you can see through the window immediately. You can hear what is supposed to be a torch crackling near you. And you can see there's another room by this bedroom window that leads into a kitchen, maybe, or another room. But you will have to open up the room and kind of crawl over things. Everything seems to be kind of on top of each other as you guys continue.
Okay. I know this is gonna sound weird, but it's gonna make sense in child logic. I want to see if I can take the window off the door, like pop it off.
You want to take the hinges off?
No. I want to take the window off the door, like as if it were a Lego brick, because everything's been kind of like hodgepodge together. So I want to see if I can like just take the window.
Okay, make a strength check. Okay. You go and and your hands kind of collapse on the side. And it almost feels like your hand is in mud as you kind of try to take it off, and everything just kind of crumples into this wet sand like structure and spill over.
I thought if I could take the window, I could put the window on each door coming up, but oh well, I'm just gonna kick the door open.
Well, it's already open. It falls apart and like they continue to fall.
Am I supposed to see that way?
Hmm. Oh, actually, you were.
Okay.
But I forgot this.
Yeah. Perfectly normal.
So, sorry, I had a note here. There it is. As you actually step into this room, you can see that the wall is not complete. And the darkness kind of spills over it, that same black mist that swirls around. And it's not pulling you towards it, but it just kind of, you see the wall is kind of incomplete in a way that it's a perfect vertical slice. And you can see that whatever materials would be the filler for this particular wall are still there. They're just perfectly cut, like someone used a knife and cut it perfectly.
Is this like a bed that's next to it?
Yes.
I'm just gonna flip the bed up against the wall to, just in case anything tries to come through.
You go ahead and you flip the bed, and you get it about 5 feet up before it cracks in the middle and falls into a mess of dirt.
Is there a cookbook in here? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to this door. Listen.
Okay. You hear. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah.
Talia, you go ahead and you put your ear and you hear nothing. But as you're looking down, as you're hearing, listening in on the door, you're looking down at your feet and you feel something slightly pulling you, and you look at the crack of the door and you see this black mist pouring out from underneath it.
Huh. Well, I don't want to open this, so I'm gonna take my trusty carrot and shove it in the lock.
Okay.
To lock it. Not that way.
It's like Minesweeper.
Exactly. If it's a carrot in the lock, we don't open it. Ugh.
It's in the hole. Yes. Yeah, it's a little off-putting. I'm gonna assume you're doing it with
Yeah, and I'm assuming since these doors lead the same way that I hear something very similar.
Yep.
All right.
Make another perception check. One more, just for ha-has and giggles.
Ha-ha and giggles.
Okay, that's what I thought. So the door that you're up against right now, your actual token,
Mhm.
you hear the nothing again, and you notice the mist coming out. And you know that isn't our void door.
Yep.
Carrot to the hole once again is locked.
Yep.
You successfully planted your flag.
Perfect.
As you do,
Yep.
right? As you do, freak all of you out with that noise. Got to do it. And you notice that the door over here opens. Both of you have noticed the door open. the door itself just opens up, and beyond the bed is a window, and in that window you see a little bit. What the hell? Did my light disappear? Where'd you go? Where'd you go, my light? No, it didn't disappear. It's still here? Man, it's just not bright enough, I guess. I gotta turn it all the way up. Hold on here. You gotta make it that color.
Maximum overdrive.
Yep. Well, that's as good as it's gonna get, I guess. But you see a green light that appears from the closet. Yeah, this other fucking lighting effect is ruining everything. But you see a green light that appears from the closet. Actually, I can fix that green light right now. Give me a second. Doop. Copy, paste, drag in there. There we go. Got it this time. I got it that time. You should be able to. Yeah. But you can see it like kind of radiate the whole room, and you can hear from the other side children laughing.
Chuck a dart.
You chuck a dart. Make an attack roll with Make an attack roll with a advantage. Okay. You go ahead and you throw the dart. and then the dart comes back towards you, and right next to your head. You did not hit yourself.
Okay.
And you hear afterwards you hear
Meh. I'm just gonna repeat it back.
That was terrifying.
I'm sorry, but just imagine if you threw the dart and you hit yourself so you did deflect missiles, caught it and threw it back again to hit yourself a second time.
I was kind of
Infinite cycle.
I would have loved that.
like you totally could have just caught it, but you just instinctually like throw it back at yourself again.
I was hoping for that. But yeah, you guys see this light peering in. What do you do? Does that fix the wall? Because if it's not supposed
I
to,
think she would call out and demand that we be let out.
you're just gonna yell into the hole?
Yeah.
Okay. You yell into the hole, right? One moment. This wall's pissed me off. Wall has to go. There we go. You scream into the hole, making either a persuasion or intimidation check. Well, either one. What type of scream is this? Is this someone going ah, or is this like someone cursing in their native language, trying to tell someone off?
The latter.
Okay.
The latter of just like either
A threat made in Gerudo with the demand that we be let out.
Okay. Intimidation check, I'm guessing?
damn.
Yeah.
It was
Hovering on
Sounds
the
about right.
globe.
Samira. You see a face appear in the mist and starts laughing at you. Make a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage.
My queen. Yes.
Still good. Samira, you actually start to get drawn into the pool and you immediately grab onto the door behind you. Your feet start lifting off the air as you're being pulled in. Taiga, you're there too. Make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm just gonna start
With disadvantage because
screaming.
Mabel's being held by, you're holding on to Mabel still.
Well, I don't think I can get worse than that.
I don't
but-
know. You've been getting worse all night. Let's see. Okay, 13.
Damn.
I am gonna start cursing at it in pokery. Like, all right, you've had your fun. Let us go, you little piece of green shit.
You hear various, I guess, chimes and clicks come from
Angry
Taiga's.
sound.
Yeah, come from fucking Taiga's mouth.
A dolphin noise.
And Taiga, you see Mabel get sucked in, and she's like, "Oh no!" She gets sucked in. You go with her.
Yep.
And Samira, you're still holding on. You see Link holding on to Zelda, and he's able to hold her back from getting sucked in. And she looks at you, and she looks at Link. She gives a big old smile, and she grabs you and pulls on the two of you, making. If you're gonna hold on
Are
to
you
the,
serious?
yeah,
Now she's cussing at her.
Gerudo.
Go ahead and make another, if you choose, make another dexterity saving throw at disadvantage, as she's going to attempt to pull you in. Due to the force of two children and this force that's pulling you in, you get yanked out, and you see Lee going, "Ah!" as you all get pulled in to the smoke and all of you land on beds, actual beds, not fake beds, but actual beds. There's pillows all around. And you feel that in this location, Jesus Christ. Give me a second here. Do that. Do this. Come on. Come on,
What
game.
the heck, George?
It's fine. It's fine.
What the heck, George?
We're
What
being
the
sucked through a dimensional portal. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Well, I'll get back to that in a second. Whatever. I'll take care of that in a moment. As you get through the door, the portal, and land on these beds, you hear in the distance what sounds like a festival being held. Way off into the distance.
I can't see anything.
I can't see much of anything either. Oh, I'm in a wall.
I'm kind of halfway through a wall.
Let
Oh,
me s-
jeez.
There we go.
Ugh, there we go.
There we go.
Get yoink.
Better?
Yep.
um, Zelda lands in this spot and she's kind of laughing. And Link has this face of unsureness. Mabel looks freaked the fuck out. You see her hair's all frizzed over, and she's kind of hyperventilating, like, "What's going on? Where are we going? What's happening?"
Are we all in the same room or are we separated?
You're all in the same room.
Samira would try to get up.
You
And
easily get up from the bed. I mean, you can see, right? You all can see, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
she'll try to carefully approach Mabel and make sure that she's doing okay.
She's fine. From you can see that she's fine. She's just pretty frustrated, and she's freaking out more in the sense of that. But otherwise, she's fine. She's just a little freaked out right now. As you open the door and you see more of real objects, they have a different color, different shade. These are actual things, and the food is actually starting to look real as you continue forward as well.
Does it have a scent to it?
This one does have a scent. And actually, you can all smell it. It smells very reminiscent of tomato soup.
Is there a flame?
There is a small purple-like flame that kind of flickers.
She'll kind of hover her hand over to it. Is there any heat?
There is heat. It is very dull, but it is there.
She'll grab one of the cups on that table with like some liquid in it, and she'll see if she can pour it over those flames and douse the fire out.
You go ahead and you pour it out, and very. It acts a lot like water to a flame. A little slower than what it should be, but it acts like it.
She'll go over to that pot and like stick her finger in it.
All right. You go ahead and you stick your finger in it, and it's a little thick in the sauce, and it's a bit warm. Nothing substantial. It kind of feels like sticking your hand in a very thick porridge.
Just take her finger out, kind of
So-
rub it a little bit in her fingers, and then she'll wipe it across her lips.
It's like watered down tomatoes,
But not dirt.
but not dirt.
She'll go ahead and venture forth from there.
Venture forth. As you proceed deeper into the room, you can hear the sounds of children laughing and what sounds like drums and cheering in the distance behind the door, and it's extremely close. And when you open the door, it seems to stay a step ahead of you. Everything starts to seem more vibrant, more colorful as you continue deeper. Things are starting to look more realistic. Heck, some of them even are realistic. As you touch some objects, the loot in this very room actually plays the correct notes. And in fact, it is a lute. It's an actual lute that's in here. You start to notice other things. There's small labels on some of the things that are real in this room. And I would like both of you to give me a perception check. And where's Mabel? Where's my girl Mabel? There she is. There you go. I'm going to give her check too, because she would wonder. All right. So, Taiga, as Taiga and Samira, you start to notice that some of these things have price tags on them. Samira, you turn the loot over. It says 750 rupees. Beatles, general goods. Taiga, you're going over through some of the crates. Some of those items are for various stalls that you saw in the marketplace. And Mabel kind of looks at everything, looks at the prices. She kind of snatches one of the papers and looks at it, and she looks at both of you. These are the missing items the merchants lost.
Well, let's take them with us.
What is the hesitation?
Well, there are some crates, and they're pretty large. I don't. I mean, maybe if we can all take one, but
All right, let's find the things with the biggest numbers on them and bring them back.
we can try. I guess You take the loot. She looks at you, Samira. Everyone grabs like one thing. Link grabs like a little a teapot, and he kind of like looks at all you and shrugs. And Zelda like grabs a piece of a blanket off the bed. Is a fur blanket. She puts it over herself, and she kind of like ties it into a cloak. And she goes, "I'm good." Taiga, what would you like to
Yes.
carry? There are pots and silverware. There are various foods. There's several pots to grab. What would draw your attention more?
Um, I'll probably grab a pot and fill it with food.
Okay. Indeed, as you you grab some food out of one of the crates, and they're actual apples from the Appleton forest nearby. Uh, Appleton, Applin, Appleton was the town. Appleton was the town that Mitch destroyed.
It was Apple Wrath, right?
Was it Applewrath?
Yeah, that's why you changed it to as dangerous as the ones. You're like, oh, it's an Apple Wrath. Like, that can't be a safe city.
I forget. Whatever. You guys, you grab a pot full of apples. Amir, you're stuck with the loot. Link has the teapot. Mabel grabs a
Okay.
spatula. Uh, and you guys are ready to go. You have your things. You're taking as much as you can. Where do you go from here?
I'm gonna try and listen.
Make a
Or-
perception check. As you listen and you put your ear against the door, you hear water running on the other side, like constantly running and overfilling. You hear it overfilling onto the ground. Uh, Almost like somebody's pouring chocolate milk on the ground. That type of thickness is spilling over.
Hmm.
But near Taiga, on the other door, that you can hear the music playing on that side.
I'm going to try and open that door.
As you get closer to the door and you start listening, you start crawling over some of the crates that are like bunched up on this door. You see a bed on the other side, and that laughter just ever one step ahead of you.
Hmm. Stupid wall.
The room has grown more correct. Everything feels right. You come across some sheets, some boots, some socks, different things of clothing are actually from markets. As you can see, there's like receipts stuck to them, or a tag of some sort. Most of them are folded over neatly. There are various vials and glasses of things throughout as you continue forward, and you can hear the music just one door away as you continue forward. And it always seems like it's one step away.
I'm gonna stop and make sure.
Oh, everyone. Huh. Huh. You come in here and you smell freshly cooked food. Everything starts to feel right, correct.
What's that?
You see a small statue in a chair. In this statue is a figure dressed in a straw hat. These big, round eyes and this toothy bone grin. And it seems to be a small childlike figure in a pose like he's dancing. The face ain't quite right, though.
Why you say that?
It's round and bony looking. Sunken eyes. With eyeballs that seem to pop out of them. The teeth are separated in these bone-like structure. This smile that stretches from ear to ear unnaturally, if it had any ears.
Hmm. She'll kind of take a step in.
You take a step in. Make an investigation check for me. You start walking around this storage closet, and you notice this a variety of things. Pictures from a family, it looks like. You pick it up, it looks real. It feels real. And the photo itself is many, many, many children in a grassy field, laying below what seems to be a large tree behind them. And they're all in variety of poses. This tree large and looms over them. And you see the children kind of following a leader, somebody playing instrument. Well, it looks to be a flute. Sort of like that statue behind you. And they're all smiling and following this child. And you hear
Not really sure how to proceed. She'll look at the statue, kind of giving it like almost like a little sense of life. Maybe the figure, wherever it is, could hear her. Is this your home?
make a persuasion check. Give me a perception check. You hear something come from the statue. Very low. And you start to move in to hear what it's saying. And as you're just about face to face with it, you see the stone turn towards you and just look at you. And that's it.
Kind of looks at Tyga to see if he's kind of seeing things or if he can see it too.
Tiger, you didn't see that.
What?
I see the statue looking at me.
It's in the same pose it's always been, Tiger.
Sure. Uh-huh.
Kind of looks back at the statue. And this time she's like almost like sitting on the back of her heels, like she gets down into like a crouch and she's holding the picture. Do these children mean something to you?
I mean, personally, no. I mean, looks like fairy children, but
Do these mean something to you? As she turns to this statue.
Make a another persuasion check. Tyga, give me a wisdom saving throw.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One moment, please. Because I need to change the soundtrack really quickly.
Oh.
Give me just a moment as I... Okay. Tyga, you start to hear children laughing and a flute coming from beyond the hallway. Just towards this direction. And it starts to draw you in. Fun to be had. Dancing, joy, forever, for eternity. Safe. A safe place to be. And you start making your way through the door. Almost absent-mindedly.
Tyga?
Samira, you also see Mabel kind of in a trance, following. You kind of see Link do it too,
Mabel.
and Zelda, as they're all in this trance-like state.
Kids? And she'll like try and like see if she can like hold back Zelda.
Make a strength check.
Hey, what's going on?
She starts dragging you along with her. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. And we're going to take a break right there.
Oh, okay.
As you all begin marching forward. I'm going to take out the dogs and grab myself a drink. I'll be back.
All right. Same.
All right. Oh,
All right.
We ball.
everyone ready?
I
We
think
ball.
so.
You start marching along with them, Samira. You tried to pull away from her grip, but it's inhuman now. And Taiga, as you move forward, you see a large tree in the distance and multiple children dancing around it. And you look back and you see Link, Mabel, and Zelda laughing and enjoying themselves. And you find yourself laughing as well and having a good time. And you're all heading to that tree. And you hear the flute continue to play in the distance as you march forward. Samira, you just start to hear all three of them, all four of them start laughing. Actually, no. It would be just the three of them. You see all three of them laughing until you see Zelda kind of snap out of it and realize what's going on. And she looks back to you and says, I think we might be all right.
I'm gonna make an insight check on that because Samira just saw them in a trance,
Yeah.
and now Zelda's telling her that it's going to be okay.
She's telling the truth. You can feel it. And you don't know why you can feel it. But you know she means it. There's a bit of comfort that comes from it too.
Samira would feel a bit more calm about the situation, but also realizing like this is still a child in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
But there's definitely less aggression going forward.
You feel there's a moment because she's holding onto your hand that it kind of lightens and it starts to slip. You feel her letting go of you completely as she is continuing to walk forward. She's not forcing you to come along anymore. She's letting you decide what to do. As Taiga, you open the door as you march your friends up the hill to the leader of all the children. You see his face more clearly now as you approach him. An outfit made of straw, wearing a giant leaf on his back. He has big red eyes. No nose, just flat little nostrils. And he smiles and toots on his horn as he starts marching the children along. And you know it's going to be a great place. And you can have fun here forever. Give me a wisdom saving throw if you could, please.
Yeah. Mm.
There, clouds begin to form over the tree. And you hear laughter. Terrible, terrible laughter come from the distance. A shadow starts to loom over the land. And you see all the children start vanishing. And you see that figure who was leading them in fear and begins to run. You're snapped back into from your trance-like state. Mabel and Link as well. And from across the room, you hear, no! No, 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 no! Sitting in a throne-like manner is the Skull Kid, staring at all of you. Why does it keep it? Why does it keep doing this? And he looks very frustrated. Yeah, I closed the door at Link.
Closed. Hi.
Oh, hi. Welcome to my fort. It's pretty awesome.
It is pretty awesome. It's very awesome.
That's right. Hey, did you guys bring anything from the outside?
Not really.
Come on, guys. I know it's lame, but we have to gather what we need. We need to make sure we're properly supplied. How are we going to protect ourselves?
With, I mean, you have magic for that, right?
Yeah, but it's not going to last forever. That big meanie outside is trying to break in.
Who?
The big mean guy keeps trying to break in. He's trying to get all the kids.
Well, either we could relocate the kids, or we could defeat the big meanie outside.
I don't know. He's pretty big. Make a persuasion check.
Hey,
Okay. Do you really think you can do it?
I mean, we can try. I haven't seen him or anything, but we can probably do it.
I can show you him if you like.
Sure.
He points up, and you notice that when you look up, it's basically a void. To those of you looking up, make a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage.
Ugh. You know what?
What?
Okay. Are you looking up, Samira?
No, she's kind of like really confused and enamored by the person in.
Tiger.
Yes.
You don't fall unconscious, which is great. You look up, and fear starts wrenching at your heart. It's almost inescapable fear, and you feel the
This is
urge to throw up, and you hold it in, and you're trying not to vomit. This figure is pale, and it stares at you. And you can't quite make out the shape, but it sees you now. And when you come back, you won't remember what saw you and what you saw. You will just feel the fear as you come out of your momentary lapse of insanity. But you're going to be scared for a good while. And and there will be times where that fear will rise during going forward. And I'll say you start to feel uncontrollable fear. And it can be at any point starting from now on.
Okay.
That's what your above 21 wisdom gets you. Good luck, buddy.
Welcome back. How was your insanity?
There,
I'm fine. What are you talking about?
Taiga, what would your reaction be as you finish looking up?
Tyga would probably look down, crouch, pull up his cloak, and just hide.
Always get a Nazi reaction. It's like, I don't want to fight this. Bye.
Samira, you don't need to make an insight check to see that Taiga does what he does when he is extremely terrified of something and curls into a ball and tries his damnedest to hide. Okay.
She sees Taiga afraid. And doesn't do that unless he believes that danger is nearby. And it's not very loud this time around, but she does activate her arms of astral self, and it's kind of like the astral arms just kind of slowly emanating from her own arms. It's not this wild show or anything, but they're kind of just forming and resting on her arms and then slowly branching out as she kind of takes a look at everybody else and making sure, like, do they see something that she's not seeing?
Make an insight check. Okay. You look at Link, and as Taiga starts curling down, and you see that he's doing that, and you're getting yourself ready, you quickly glance at the three behind you, as you do, and you see Link, Mabel, and Zelda all looking up, but are in the process of looking down. You're the only one that didn't look up. And as they're looking back to eye level, Link looks like has a face of someone that was ready to fight something and then goes back to normal, and he seems a bit confused. You see Mabel have this look of shock for a moment, and she kind of returns to this normal position, but something seems off. It's like she's scared of something. Zelda looks up and she doesn't look away.
Princess?
She looks down and she looks at you. Make a perception check. She says something to you, but you are unable to perceive what she said to you. Like you heard words come out, but nothing, you couldn't comprehend it.
Mm-hmm.
But you knew the words. You heard every word she said. She used quite common words, in fact. But you can't grasp those words.
Kind of looks to Taiga to see if maybe he heard him.
Taiga, are you still balled up?
Yeah, probably. Hasn't been long.
No, it has not. And that is what Taiga's doing. You hear from further down. He goes, "See, I told you you guys weren't strong enough."
Perhaps we need our other friends.
You have more?
There are others.
Well, he starts to like think, and there's this worried look. Make a persuasion check. If you think you guys can do it, that's great, but I gotta make sure everyone's safe here. So I'm gonna keep everything. And I'm gonna hide because I don't think you guys can really do it.
So then, can you show us the exit?
Yeah, sure. It's that door right next to you.
We can all go home?
Yeah. Unless you want to have a party. And as he says that, the door opens up and you countless kids come pouring out, and they're all spirits. The green lights you can see at the center of their cores start appearing, and you can see right through each one, but they're there, and they start surrounding you guys, not in a malicious way at all. Each one of them like kind of grabs your hands and say, "Come on, play. Let's come play for a little bit. Come on."
What? Whose children are these?
The
Why are
one.
they
Well, these are all my friends.
the spirits?
Yeah, sometimes when a kid dies, he loses his way. So I help them find their way.
Oh. I see. Sorry. No, I can't play. No, I'm sorry.
They go,
Um,
oh, and they start going. No one ever comes here anymore. Ever since the big mini came, and they all start kind of pouting and crossing
the
their arms.
big mini?
The big meanie,
Meanie.
because he's
Uh, who
mean.
who is that?
We don't know his name.
The big and she looks back at Zelda and Mabel and Link. Are they understanding and seeing any of this?
Link seems to be relatively back to his senses, and he's listening. Mabel seems still a little uneasy. Tyga, during this conversation, what would you be doing?
Mm, I would be peeking my head out now and looking around. If there's no immediate threat to me.
Make a perception check. You look to your left, you look to your right. You don't see any immediate danger. In fact, you don't even know why you were afraid.
Huh. Oh, okay. Okay.
As you're looking at everyone's mirror, Zelda looks at you and looks at the skull kid up there. I believe and she gets a little bit closer to you, Samira, and she kind of tall, so she kind of tugs on your arm to like whisper in your ear.
She leans down.
I think he's just trying to help them as best as he can.
Um, she straightens back up again. What is your name?
The captain! I'm the captain in this ship! And he stands up on his chair. He gives a pose, and all the kids go, Captain! And they start cheering. And he's like, yeah! And he's showboating. He's giving like that Peter Pan hands on the hips and standing on a rock pose on top of the throne. And all the kids start cheering around him.
Samir's having a hard time trying to decide uh how to help in this situation or how to she knows she needs to get she needs to get these kids home.
What you want to do?
Um she'll kind of take a peek
What you see is actual. It's food, a lot of food, and it looks like children prepared it. And it's like simple things like mac and cheese and stuff like that. Uh, just all different plates. Some of them are half eaten. You see like one or two children actually continue eating as the other kind of ran in here to gather around. Uh, and they just kind of look up at you.
I thought you said that this was the exit to home.
Yeah, it's that way. And the two kids on the tables like point to each one of the doors.
Is this, as she kind of gestures to the kids and to the captain, is this your home?
Yeah, it's my base. It's my secret base.
And everything is okay here. It is safe here?
At least for now.
Is there any way we can help?
Well, if you ever find that guy and punch him, that'd be great.
Okay. Taiga, Zelda, Mabel, Link.
They all
What
kind of
else?
nod and start walking through the crowd of kids. Uh, you see Zelda walk up to here, and she asks a question. And you know she asked the question. And the Skull Kid answered her, and you know he gave her the answer. But none of you can perceive what those words were or what they meant. You know that they were questions and answers, but you don't know what type of questions or answers they were. But you see that she just nods and doesn't say anything more and kind of looks a bit sad and dejected and deep in thought.
Princess?
Yes, Amir.
What did you ask him?
You see she thinks for a little bit, and it's like she's trying to find the words. Just a question.
Is there something that I am missing here?
Yes and no.
Is it important that I figure out what is in here, or shall we continue?
No and yes.
Waste 20.
No. No, she is trying to. She figures something out, and you see her head is ticking every time she answers you back. Because she can't. She realized she can't tell you. Because every time she tries, you hear the words, you know their meaning, you know what she's telling you, but you can't perceive it. It's
And I don't hear anything either.
Same with you. Exactly the same with you. A matter of fact, every time she says those words, you get a bit terrified and you don't know why.
All right, let us continue. If you'd be so kind as to go ahead.
Well, thanks for stopping by. You hear the Skull Kid on his throne. If you ever want to come around, well, good luck.
We appreciate it.
Bye.
uh, yeah, they kind of start following you. Go right ahead. Mabel, by the way, has been like shocked this whole time. She doesn't say a word. Her mouth is just jaw dropped open, and she's just like staring into space as you kind of drag her around the tables. She's just
Well, I'm gonna look at her. I'm gonna take one finger and put it under her chin. And just shut.
they close this.
Whoa, whoa!
And she like blinks a couple times.
I'm gonna listen at the door. Do
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm right behind you.
I hear danger on the other side?
You start to look at the door, and both the kids go, no, 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 no. The other one. Don't go in the closet.
Okay.
All right.
What?
Just dragging Maple into the closet is fine.
Oh gosh. Guess you didn't specify which door.
It was this one.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. They yelled at me for trying to go into the closet.
There are weapons in here.
It is, yes, there are weapons in there. They are, some of them have shop names on them. And you recognize Briggs on some of them. These are stolen weapons and armor.
Interesting.
He's taking things from the outside and trying to prepare. This is where it all is. They had been stealing from the shops nearby and preparing
Okay.
themselves.
These are all the stolen things that we have to find.
Okay. So are we just gonna try and carry as much as we can back?
I mean, I don't think we can
Okay.
because they're literally staring at us.
That's true.
It's up to you.
Maybe we could ask them to pay for it in the future. Tyga wouldn't suggest that, but
Why?
he doesn't believe in paying for things.
All right. Well, something needs to be done. I'm just not good at this part. Um,
Or we can just leave.
I feel like something can be done, but I'm just not sure what the right answer is. Um, because now I'm kind of. Which is this?
Are you going back?
Hey, can you pay for this stuff next time?
Is that what you say?
Yeah.
They all look at you and go, and they start pointing and laughing at you.
Hmm.
Mirror's weighing the option of beating children.
Yeah,
If it'll affect your alignment in some way or another.
slay orphan, save orphan. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Save an orphan, slay an
Yeah.
orphan, you know?
I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think we can force them to do anything. They're fairy children.
Right.
They're fairy ghost children. So I think we just cut our losses and skedaddle.
Okay.
They laugh at you, and as you walk away, the laughter rings behind you as the door shuts and locks. And you hear, "That old lady was funny."
They can't die twice.
I mean, I think your astral arms can punch ghosts.
Let me punch some children. Yeah.
What level are you right now? 7? Or 8?
8.
Are we level 8?
We're level 8.
So,
I'm pretty sure monks can just hit ethereal objects with their unarmed attacks.
Samira,
Yeah, also
as you
she has
open,
ghost arms.
Yes,
Yeah.
DM.
as you
She
open the
doesn't need 'em.
door and you make that very sound as it happens, you see Samira just whoop, vanish into the green fog.
Awesome. We love to see it, George.
Sounds like you're having a blast. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna listen to this door as I wait for Samira to come running back from wherever she got teleported to.
This is gonna be so great.
Make an investigation check. Okay. As you are listening very intently, you hear, "Watch this, guys," and roll a dexterity saving throw.
Uh.
The door opens up, but you're able to step out of the way before it actually smacks you against the door, and you hear laughter as you're enveloped in the green fog and get taken to.
What?
You both go through this green light, and you can hear the laughter of children behind you as it starts to fade. And in the distance, you can see this void. Something silently mocking you. As you all return back into the alley.
Eh. Well, that was fun.
That was trippy.
Yeah. I don't know, guys.
What
Those
a
are-
weird dream we had.
Yeah. Mabel's like really shocked. Dream. That's what this was.
Well, yeah, I
What
mean,
is wrong?
clearly, I'm going to gesture to the alleyway. We were just playing in the alley.
Right. Right. She's just kind of nodding to everything. Samira, you feel a bit of warmth on your face, and it takes you a moment to realize that it's the warmth of the morning sun rising as it actually peaks a little bit over one of the many houses in Castletown and just gets you in the eyes. You kind of put up your hands and you see a glare, and for a moment you see the Skull Kid leading the children before it disappears right before your eyes,
Hmm.
like a dream.
Nice kid.
There's a moment where Zelda goes, "Guys, I think we have a bigger problem. It's morning, and my parents are going to find out I'm not in my room if I'm not there in time."
Well,
That
let's get you back
sounds
right
like
away.
consequence.
That sounds like two different answers on that one. What?
Sounds like a consequence of your own actions, but I don't see any harm to help.
Mabel's shocked. She's like, "Yeah, I don't want my mom finding out about this either. Let's go get her back." Um, as you go ahead and return Zelda back to the castle, both of you give me a stealth check. See how well you sneak her back in.
Stealth.
And I actually have like decent modifiers.
So I'll I'll let you know what's up with that. So as you're all going through, making your way to the castle, you're passing you're sneaking by the gate guards, you're doing all this, and there comes a moment where Taiga, you're doing great. Everyone's hidden. Everything's going well. Samira's a lot taller than all of you. So some of the shit you guys are pulling off only works for kids. And she's struggling to follow those tracks. So what happens is, as you're going through like one of the guards checkpoints, going under tables and shit like that, and most of you make it to the other side of the room. Samira goes ahead and knocks against the table, and a plate falls down and shatters. And there are a bunch of guards in that place eating, and they all go, "Intruder!" And they all grab you. And
How do I split off in the opposite direction?
they go ahead and make an athletics check or acrobatics.
Like the kids that are hiding can go one way, Sarah can go the other way.
You provide the duality of Samira. You provide an excellent distraction for the kids as they are able to deliver Zelda back to her room. And we'll get to that one in a moment. As Samira, you are
Arrested.
running, flipping, causing the biggest distraction. All the guards are following you. You're running down the bridge, and at that end of the bridge is Laurel, and she has her hands on her hips, and she's looking at you. You know, you could have just called me if you wanted to speak with me.
I sincerely apologize, Laurel.
False alarm! And all the men running after you just stop in their track, and they go, "Oh, all right, and they start splitting off.
Laurel, I can explain. I apologize.
Oh, please do. And as you explain this to whatever possibility that may be, I'll give you a bit of time to simmer on it. We'll swing back to Taiga as you guys make your way. Perfect distraction. Apparently, there's some intruder at the gates. All the guards are there. You're able to sneak around all this trouble and make it eventually to Zelda's room. You, Mabel, and Link. And you realize, so you'll be privy to this knowledge, Taiga. Uh, there seems to be a hidden passage that leads out of Zelda's room. Because first you go into a hidden wall that slides open, and you guys go in there. You follow the path. You follow a set of stairs that lead up a circular set of stairs, and eventually another button is pressed, and the ceiling opens up, and it leads directly into Zelda's room. Like right next to her bed is a counter, and as soon as each one of you gets out of that secret passage, she scoots the thing back over to cover it. And she goes, "Yeah, my mom would kill me if she knew that was there. Maybe she does. I hope not."
Well, glad you're back safe. There's still a commotion going on, so we're gonna get out of here before I'm gonna look at Mabel and be like, before Lorath knows we're missing.
Right, right. All right. Yeah, we'll just walk out.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, carefully.
Uh-huh. And she starts
Yeah.
walking. um
Bye, princess. It was fun.
uh as you guys are leaving, Link is following behind you and kind of waving. The princess waves back, and she has a smile on her face. There's a moment where Link stops at the door, turns around, and he goes ahead, and you see him slip something into her hand. You have great perception. You know it's the button you gave him.
Yeah.
He gives it to her.
Cute.
So
All right, let's go. Scurry.
at the end of the day, or the morning of the day, you guys both return back to the guild. Samir, how do you explain all this to Laurel?
I was hoping to speak with you about was it you that I was talking to about time stone?
I think you're thinking of Impa.
Okay. Asking her about time stone if she has any of this knowledge and that it's a taboo conversation.
Let me see. Okay. Laurel, do you know? Do you show her the stone at all?
She could like show her the sword.
Yes. And there sits the stone. And she looks at it. She looks back at you, looks at it again, and goes, "It's a shiny rock."
Well,
Typical fighter.
apparently, Laurel, it is not common knowledge. It is
maybe somewhat didn't. I wasn't really sure if you knew anything. Trust you.
But if I knew something, I would be more than happy to tell you. But honestly, Samaria, it just looks like a rock.
I apologize for wasting your.
I, you're not wasting my time. I mean, it's a nice rock.
You do not. You do not have to. You don't have to be patronizing.
I'm not trying to be patronizing. I'm. um, that's
The
the.
only way you here if you just take the sword and
Attuned to it for an hour.
no, never mind. I can only like actually hit somebody and then invite her into that space.
Oh.
We're not doing that in the castle.
Hey, you guard, come over here. What? Whack.
I mean, Fallon's going to be in this castle, right?
Stop.
Yep.
Right. Source of all issues. That little rat.
Eventually, Samira. The conversation eventually dies down. The distraction has been set.
Mm.
You make your way back to the guild.
Thanks, CM.
Raldak,
Hello.
where would you be in the morning?
Well, I made my fancy soup. You know, I can't get things too hot because human palate doesn't go that hot.
Uh huh.
That's why it's just some rough chopped vegetables in a bowl of hot, warmish hot water. Because Reddick doesn't understand what boiling down vegetables is.
Raldak has spent the entire
He didn't
night.
spend the entire night. He's just like, oh, this is soup. That'll sit there for a bit. With the lowest possible flame and just went to bed.
Oh, nice.
Did you do it correctly? No.
There was an attempt, though.
There's a bowl of chopped vegetables and water. The water's gone cold.
You all return back to the guild. First, Taiga and Mabel and Link.
Let me just move myself where I'd properly belong.
Yes, if you would please. Mabel still holding your hand, Taiga, as the both of you like walk past the gates to the guild, and are at the. Is one of my lights off? Turn back on,
Yep.
you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch! You turn back on. I command thee. As the two of you are sitting here, standing here, I should say. She kind of regains herself, and she goes, "All right, I guess I can close this in the books, and we can get paid."
Yeah, I mean, we got some stuff, but it's kind of hard to say, "Hey, fairy children are stealing your stuff, and we can't stop them."
Right, I know, right? That's what I was thinking. What what am I gonna put on the what am I gonna put on the report? There it's not gonna make sense. It's crazy,
Well,
right?
I mean, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, are we just going to tell them like what beavers took everything? No, just say fairy children took it, and it's likely that more is going to happen. So maybe we could leave out stuff for the fairy children so they don't take the other stuff.
Beavers.
What? No, fairy children.
Beavers. And she she nods and she goes, beavers ran rampant, and she starts like curating a false story.
Mabel, I'm too tired for this.
Hey, Raldak, beavers
Book 'em home.
chew through the merchant's equipment. Tyga and I went out and made sure they stopped.
I'm just gonna assume I automatically understand. She's like, "Yep, this is a fake story." I'm like, if you can get it signed by somebody important, won't they just accept it anyways?
Yes. And she kind of starts getting the report
This isn't a real thing.
in order. And you see her start writing down, and you see her writing down about beavers eating the equipment of everything. Samira, you eventually return to the guild as well. A little later than the other two. If there's anything, we're gonna wrap up because this is where the next day takes place.
No, I think
Also, slightly off topic.
Mm.
Hey, Luke, I just maxed out engineer.
Oh wow, nice.
It's so quick.
Nice.
I think
I picked it
Tyga.
up before D&D started.
I think Tyga would make sure that his magic button is stashed somewhere safe while he sleeps in.
You always keep it in a special pocket. You look at the button for a moment, and you remember tonight. It was fun. It was exciting. Make a history check.
Yeah.
And you grow comfort with those memories. And nothing else. Yeah, but that's it, guys.
that
Wonderful.
was trippy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.